Hi and welcome. I'm Midnight Truth, and it's so nice to have you here tonight, wherever you are right now. Whether you're in bed, lie on the couch, or just looking for a quiet moment, I want you to know this time is for you. Take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out, feel the weight of the day start to fade. Let your mind settle, let your body relax, and let yourself simply be. There's no rush, no pressure, just this calm, quiet moment. If you like, you can close your eyes and imagine yourself in a peaceful place. Maybe it's a cozy room with soft, warm lighting. Or maybe it's under a starry sky, with a gentle breeze brushing against you. Wherever you feel safe and calm, let yourself drift there. I know many of you use these stories to fall asleep. So before we begin, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time is it there? Tonight's story is gentle and soothing, perfect to carry you into a deep, restful sleep. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin. I should have known something was off about the house the moment I stepped inside. But at the time, I was too caught up in my own life to notice. I had just finalized my divorce, a messy, drawn-out affair that left me drained and eager for a fresh start. I wanted a place where I could be alone, away from the noise of my past. So when I found the old Victorian house listed for rent, at a ridiculously low price, I didn't ask too many questions. The landlord seemed eager to get someone in quickly, and I wasn't about to let a good deal slip through my fingers. The house stood at the end of a quiet street, a two-story relic from a bygone era. Its paint was peeling, the porch sagged slightly, and the windows were covered in a thin layer of grime. But it had charm, a kind of forgotten elegance that called to me. I convinced myself that with a little cleaning and some new furniture, it would feel like home. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked a few boxes, set up my bed, and spent most of the evening listening to the wind rattle the old window panes. The house had a musty smell, like damp wood, and something else I couldn't quite place. Something stale and slightly metallic. I figured it had been closed up for too long, and left a few windows cracked open to let in some fresh air. The next morning, as I was carrying a box of books inside, a voice startled me from behind. "You actually moved in?" I turned to see an older woman standing at the edge of my yard, her arms crossed over her chest. She was short and wiry, her gray hair pulled into a tight bun. Her eyes, sharp and knowing, studied me with something between curiosity and concern. "I did," I said, setting the box down. "Just got here yesterday." She glanced at the house, then back at me. "You should be careful." I frowned. "Careful of what?" She hesitated, then took a step closer, lowering her voice. "People don't stay here long. Last tenant ran out in the middle of the night, babbling about voices and things moving on their own." A chill ran down my spine, but I forced a chuckle. Guessed the house's character. She didn't laugh. Character ain't the word I'd use. I wanted to press her for more details, but she shook her head and muttered something about having to get home. Before I could stop her, she turned and walked briskly down the street, leaving me standing in my doorway with a strange unease settling in my stomach. That night, as I lay in bed, I told myself the house was just old. Old houses made noises. Wood creaked, pipes groaned, drafts whispered through unseen cracks. But as I drifted into sleep, I swore I heard something else. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, moving slowly down the hall outside my bedroom. I held my breath, my heart hammering in my chest. The sound stopped just outside my door. Silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Then, with a shuddering creak, the floorboard shifted again, this time moving away. I didn't sleep after that. I told myself it was just the house settling. That's what old houses did, right? They groaned and shifted, their bones creaking with time. I wanted to believe that. I needed to believe that. But deep down, something felt wrong. I barely slept that night, my ears straining for any sound beyond the wind scraping against the windows. By morning, I was exhausted, but I refused to let my paranoia get the best of me. I got up and made coffee, and forced myself into some kind of routine. The house was eerily quiet in the daylight, almost as if the night had been a bad dream. Sunlight streamed through the dusty windows, painting long golden streaks across the wooden floor. It looked normal, safe, I spent the day unpacking, trying to shake off the unease from the night before. By late afternoon, I had managed to arrange the living room enough to feel somewhat settled. I even played some music to fill the empty space, letting the familiar sound ground me. That's when I heard it. A whisper, faint, almost too soft to be real. I turned off the music, holding my breath. Silence. I shook my head and laughed under my breath. Losing it already, I muttered, running a hand through my hair. But then as I walked toward the kitchen, I saw something that made my blood run cold. One of the dining chairs had moved. It was subtle, just slightly angled away from the table, but I was sure I hadn't touched it. I stood frozen, staring at it, waiting for my brain to offer a reasonable explanation. Maybe I bumped it. Maybe I hadn't noticed before. I reached out and pushed it back into place. The wooden leg scraped softly against the floor. It was fine. It was nothing. And yet, I felt like something was watching me. I turned slowly, scanning the room. The kitchen was empty. The hallway leading to the stairs was empty, but the air felt heavier, thicker somehow. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move. "You're being ridiculous," I muttered. To distract myself, I stepped out onto the porch for some fresh air. The sky had turned a soft orange, the sun dipping low behind the trees. The neighborhood was quiet, the occasional bark of a dog or distant hum of a passing car, the only sounds. Then I saw her again, the old woman from yesterday. She was standing on the sidewalk across the street, watching my house, watching me. My skin prickled. She didn't wave. She didn't call out. She just stared. After a long moment, she turned and walked away without a word. Something about it unsettled me more than I cared to admit. That night, I double-checked the locks before heading upstairs to bed. The exhaustion from the previous night had finally caught up with me, and I collapsed on the mattress, hoping for a dreamless sleep. But the house had other plans. Sometime after midnight, I woke to the sound of something moving downstairs. A soft thud, then another. Footsteps. I bolted upright, my heart slamming against my ribs. I strained to listen, my breath shallow. The sounds were slow and deliberate, like someone walking to my living room. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers trembling. But just as I unlocked the screen, the footsteps stopped. The silence was worse. I sat there for what felt like hours, my pulse pounding my ears. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. But before I did, just as my mind slipped into darkness, I swore I heard it again, a whisper, right outside my bedroom door. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the window, my body stiff from a restless night. For a brief moment, I convinced myself that everything had been a dream, just my overactive imagination playing tricks on me. But as I stepped out of bed, my foot froze midair. The bedroom door was open. I knew I had closed it before going to sleep. A shiver ran down my spine as I hesitated, staring at the dark hallway beyond. The house was silent now, but that only made it worse. I didn't want to move, didn't want to step outside that room, but I couldn't stay trapped in here all day. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway. The air felt colder out here, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. I walked slowly, my ears straining for any sign that I wasn't alone. Nothing. By the time I reached the bottom of the stairs, my nerves were raw. The living room was exactly how I had left it. The dining chair was still in place. The front door was locked. But then I noticed something new. A faint, thin trail of dust had been disturbed on the hardwood floor. Footprints. Not mine. They led from the front door to the base of the stairs and then vanished. I stared at them, my breath shallow. I had been alone all night. Hadn't I? My stomach twisted. I needed to get out of this house, at least for a little while. I grabbed my keys and left, barely stopping to lock the door behind me. I ended up at the nearest cafe, a small, cozy place with mismatched chairs and the smell of fresh coffee lingering in the air. It was busy, filled with the comforting hum of conversation. I found a seat by the window and wrapped my hands around a hot cup, trying to shake the uneasy feeling that had clung to me since I woke up. Not settling in well, the voice made me jump. I turned to see a man in his late 50s standing beside my table, a kind but cautious expression on his face. His gray hair was neatly combed, and his blue eyes studied me with quiet understanding. I just needed some air," I said hesitantly. He nodded, pulling out the chair across from me without asking. "You're in the old Blackwood house, aren't you?" I stiffened. "Yeah." "Why?" He let out a slow breath. "Figures." I leaned forward. "What do you mean?" He glanced around as if checking if anyone was listening, then lowered his voice. "That house has a history. I don't know all of it, but my dad used to tell me stories when I was a kid. Said people who lived there never stayed long." My grip tightened on my coffee cup. "Why?" He hesitated. "Strange things happen. People hear noises, see things. Last guy who lived there ran out in the middle of the night. Wouldn't even go back for his stuff." I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. Did something happen to him? The man shrugged. "All I know is he left looking half crazed. Kept saying something about footsteps and whispers." His eyes met mine. "You hearing anything yet?" I swallowed hard. "I don't know." He studied me for a long moment, then sighed. "Look, I don't mean to scare you, but if it were me, I wouldn't stay." I wanted to brush off his words, tell him I wasn't superstitious, but I couldn't, not after last night. Something was wrong with that house. When I got back, the air inside felt heavier, almost thicker, like the house had been waiting for me. I locked the door behind me and walked cautiously into the living room. Everything was as I had left it. No moved chairs, no footprints. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I made dinner, keeping the TV on for background noise, then forced myself to push the paranoia aside. I was tired. That was all. At least, that's what I told myself. That night, I locked my bedroom door. I even dragged a chair in front of it, just in case. But just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it, the slow creak of a floorboard, then another. My breath caught in my throat. The footsteps weren't coming from the hallway this time. They were inside my room, right by my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. A whisper brushed against my ear, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. Asterisk, you shouldn't be here. Asterisk. And then, just as quickly as it started, silence. I didn't sleep at all. I stayed perfectly still, my breath shallow, my fingers gripping the sheets so tightly they ached. The room was silent now, but the weight of the whisper still clung to the air like smoke. I wasn't alone. My body screamed at me to move, to run, to do something, but I was paralyzed. I strained my ears, hoping, asterisk, praying asterisk, that I had imagined it. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. The whisper had been real, and so had the footsteps. Minutes passed, stretching into what felt like an eternity. I kept my eyes fixed on the darkness beyond my bed, my skin prickling with the unbearable sensation that something was still there, watching. Then, just when I thought I would lose my mind, there was a shift in the air. The suffocating pressure eased, and the unseen presence withdrew. I didn't dare move until the first gray light of dawn crept through the curtains. Only then did I sit up, my body stiff and aching from staying in the same position all night. The chair in front of the door hadn't moved. The lock was still in place. And yet, someone, asterisk something asterisk, had been in my room. I didn't even change out of my pajamas. I grabbed my phone and my keys and left the house, barely stopping to shove my feet into my sneakers. I needed answers. I went back to the cafe, hoping the older man I'd spoken to yesterday would be there again. Sure enough, he was sitting in the same spot by the window, sipping his coffee like he had all the time in the world. He looked up as I approached, his eyes narrowing. "Didn't sleep well, did you?" I pulled out the chair across from him and sat down, my hands gripping the table to keep them from shaking. "I need to know everything you can tell me about that house." He exhaled through his nose, setting his cup down. I was hoping I was wrong. I didn't speak. I just waited. After a moment, he leaned back, crossing his arms. The house used belonged to a man named Daniel Whitmore. Lived there alone for years. Kept to himself. People in town always said there was something off about him. I frowned. "What do you mean?" The man hesitated. He was obsessed with strange things, the occult, spirits, the kind of stuff most folks don't mess with. He'd order books about rituals, symbols, ways to contact the dead. A chill ran through me. Did he ever succeed? The man sighed. That's the thing. No one knows for sure. But one night he just, asterisk vanished star, left everything behind. People say he opened a door to something he shouldn't have. And whatever came through didn't let him leave. My stomach twisted. And what about the people who lived there after him? His jaw tightened. Most didn't last more than a few months. They'd hear things, see things. One woman swore she woke up to find someone standing at the foot of her bed. She left in the middle of the night and never came back. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. That was exactly what had happened to me. Listen, he said, his voice lower now, more serious. If you're smart, you'll pack your things and go. That house isn't meant to be lived in. I swallowed hard. What if I don't have anywhere else to go? He studied me for a long moment. Then, reluctantly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper, sliding it across the table. I picked it up. There was a name and a phone number scribbled on it. Who's this? I asked. Someone who might be able to help. He pushed his chair back and stood. But be careful. The more you try to understand that house, the more it notices you. He walked away, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the name on the paper, Dr. Evelyn Graves. I had no idea who she was, but I knew one thing for certain. If I want to survive in that house, I needed to call her. That evening, I sat in my car, staring at the phone number. My thumb hovered over the dial button, hesitation twisting in my gut. What if this was a mistake? What if calling her only made things worse? I took a deep breath and pressed a button. The line rang twice before a woman's voice answered. Dr. Evelyn Graves. I swallowed. Hi. My name is... I hesitated. Did I really want to tell a complete stranger what was happening? She cut me off before I could finish. You're in the house, aren't you? My blood ran cold. I don't. I've been waiting for your call, she said calmly. They always find me when it starts. I gripped the phone tighter. Who are you? I study places like yours, she said. Places that hold things they shouldn't. I almost hung up, almost told her she was crazy. But then she said something that made my breath catch. You've heard them, haven't you? The footsteps, the whispers. My throat was too tight to speak. Listen to me carefully, she continued. The house is waking up, and if you don't act soon, it will take you. A sharp knock on my car window made me jump so hard, I nearly dropped the phone. My heart pounded as I turned. There was no one there, but smeared across the glass, in what looked like dirt or something darker, was a single word: leave. I barely heard Dr. Graves' voice as she whispered one last warning through the phone. Whatever you do, don't let it inside you. I sat frozen in my car, staring at the smeared word on the window. My breath was uneven, my skin cold and damp with sweat. I didn't want to turn around. Didn't want to see if something or someone was standing behind me. Are you still there? Dr. Graves' voice came through the phone, steady but urgent. I swallowed hard. Yes, you need to listen to me carefully, she said. The more attention you give it, the more power it has. Fear feeds it. I wiped my sleeve across the window, erasing the word. My heart was still hammering, but I forced myself to speak. You said the house is waking up. What does that mean? Dr. Graves hesitated, then said, It means something has recognized you, and it doesn't want you to leave. A shudder ran through me. How do I stop it? She exhaled. First, tell me everything you experienced so far. I recounted the strange occurrences, the footsteps, the whispers, the suffocating pressure in my room, the feeling of being watched. When I mentioned the chair I had placed against the door, she fell silent. That's not good, she finally said. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? It's testing you, she said, seeing how much fear it can instill before you break. I clenched my jaw. Then I won't break. Dr. Graves let out a humorless chuckle. That's what they all say at first. A sudden knock on my car window made me flinch. My head whipped around. Asterisk, but there was no one there star. Just my own reflection staring back at me, wide-eyed and pale. I forced myself to breathe. What do I do? There was a pause before Dr. Graves finally spoke again. Go back inside. My stomach dropped. You want to go back? You have to, she said. You need to confront it before it completely takes hold. My body screamed at me to drive away, to leave this town and never look back. But something deep inside me knew she was right. I needed to understand what was happening. I needed to know. Fine, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I'll go back. The house was eerily silent when I stepped inside. The air was heavy, thick with an unnatural stillness. I locked the door behind me, every nerve in my body on high alert. Dr. Graves was still on the phone. Go to the center of the house. The living room. I did as she said, my footsteps sounding too loud on the creaking floorboards. The air smelled strange, like old wood and something faintly metallic. Now, she said, tell me what you see. I turned slowly, scanning the room. Everything looked normal. Asterisk, almost too normal star. The furniture was in place. The walls were the same dull off-white color. The windows shut tight. And yet, something felt wrong. That was when I noticed it. The old grandfather clock in the corner. It had never worked, not since the day I moved in. The hands had always been frozen at 3:15. But now, the pendulum was swinging, a slow, rhythmic motion, back and forth. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. The clock, it's moving. Dr. Graves' voice dropped to a whisper. Don't look at it. I tore my gaze away, my pulse pounding in my ears. Why? What does it mean? She didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice was grim. It means it knows you're here. My skin prickled. What is it? There was a pause, then something that was never meant to be awakened. A cold breeze brushed against the back of my neck. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The whisper returned. But this time, it wasn't a single word. It was a name, my name, drawn out, barely audible, as if spoken from just beyond the veil of reality. I stumbled backward, my breath shallow. It said my name. Leave the room. Now. I turned and ran. I slammed the bedroom door behind me, pressing my back against it. My chest rose and fell in quick, ragged breaths. Dr. Graves was still on the phone. Listen to me. There's something in that house that never left. Whatever Whitmore was trying to summon, he didn't just open a door, he invited it in. I squeezed my eyes shut. How do I get rid of it? She hesitated. That depends. On what? On whether or not it's already inside you. My stomach twisted. What the hell does that mean? Another silence. Then finally, have you had any dreams? My blood ran cold, because I had. Every night since moving in, I'd had the same dream. I was standing in the house, but everything was wrong. The walls were darker, the air thick and suffocating. A shadow stood at the far end of the hallway, just beyond the reach of the dim light. And every night, it took a step closer. One step, and then I'd wake up. A shiver crawled up my spine. Yes, I whispered, I've had dreams. Dr. Graves' voice was almost sorrowful. Then you don't have much time. I swallowed hard. Time for what? To get out before it claims you. The line went dead, and behind me, in the dark, something breathed. The breath on my neck was cold, not just a passing draft or a trick of my senses. This was something real. I could feel it, the slight moisture of it, the way it brushed against the tiny hairs on my skin. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then, the floorboard behind me creaked. I turned so fast, I nearly lost my balance. My phone slipped from my hand, landing with a dull thud on the wooden floor. Nothing. No one was there. But the air in the room had changed. The walls felt closer, the darkness thicker. I snatched my phone from the ground, my hand shaking as I tried to redial Dr. Graves. But the call wouldn't go through. No service. That didn't make sense. I had service earlier. A deep, slow knock sounded from the other side of my bedroom door. I nearly dropped the phone again. 1, 2, 3, then silence. I swallowed hard. Who's there? No answer. I took a slow step forward, my heart thudding painfully in my chest. My hand hovered over the doorknob, my fingers tingling. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. But I had to know. I turned the knob and yanked the door open. The hallway was empty, but the air was wrong. A deep chill slithered through the corridor, a stark contrast to the stifling heat from earlier. I stepped out slowly, my bare feet pressing against the cold wood. The silence was suffocating, wrapping around me like an invisible shroud. Then, from the far end of the hallway, a whisper, low, crooked, a voice that didn't belong in this world. Come, see. My stomach dropped. It was coming from the attic. I had never been in the attic. Not once. The house had a pull-down ladder in the hallway, but I had no reason to go up there. No belongings to store, no curiosity about the forgotten space above me. But now, standing beneath the attic door, I felt something waiting. I reached up with an unsteady hand and pulled the cord. The wooden ladder unfolded with a loud creak. Dust rained down from the opening, filling the air with a scent of age and neglect. I hesitated. Everything in me screamed not to go up there, but something was changing. The house wanted me to go up there, and that was precisely why I had to. I placed my foot on the first step, then the second. The darkness above swallowed me whole. The attic was suffocating. The heat was oppressive, the air thick with dust. My phone's flashlight barely pierced the blackness, casting eerie shadows against the wooden beams. I moved slowly, every step careful, controlled. The floor groaned beneath me, as if the house itself was whispering a warning. Then I saw it, a wooden chest, old, covered in dust, sitting against the far wall. I knew before I even touched it that it belonged to him, to Whitmore. My fingers trembled as I unlatched the rusted lock. The lid was heavier than it should have been, like something inside was resisting. But with one final push, it opened, and the stench hit me like a wave. Rot, decay, something foul and ancient. Inside, there was a collection of yellowed papers, photographs, a small leather-bound journal. My breath hitched. I reached inside, pulling the journal free. The cover was cracked, the pages delicate with age. I flipped it open, my eyes scanning the spidery handwriting. It was Whitmore's. And the entries, they weren't just journal entries. They were instructions, a guide, a ritual. My hands shook as I read the words aloud, my voice barely above a whisper. Asterisk, the house is a vessel. It listens. It learns. It chooses. Asterisk, asterisk, the door has been opened. It cannot be closed. Asterisk, asterisk, it watches from the dark. And once it speaks your name, you're already lost. Asterisk, my stomach twisted. It had spoken my name. I flipped to the final page. The handwriting had changed, more frantic, uneven, a desperate scrawl. Asterisk, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Asterisk, asterisk, God help me, I let it in. Asterisk, asterisk, IT knows me now. Asterisk, my breath hitched, a sound behind me, soft, almost gentle, the sound of something crawling. I turned, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The shadows at the edge of the attic shifted. Then, two eyes, not human, wide, hollow, fixed on me. The attic door slammed shut, and the whisper came again. This time, right against my ear. Asterisk, you belong to me now. Asterisk, I don't remember getting out of the attic. One moment, I was staring into those hollow, inhuman eyes. The next, I was on my hands and knees in the hallway, gasping for air. My phone lay beside me, the flashlight still on, casting eerie shadows against the walls. The attic door was shut, but something had changed. The house felt wrong. Not just haunted, asterisk a live star. I pushed myself up, my legs trembling beneath me. My mind was racing. my thoughts tangled and frantic. The journal, the ritual, the warnings. Whitmore had let something in, and now it had me. I needed to leave. I grabbed my car keys from the kitchen table, my hands shaking so badly that they almost slipped through my fingers. The whole house felt like it was watching me, the walls pressing in, the air thick with something unseen. I didn't even bother locking the door behind me. I just ran. The night outside was eerily silent. No crickets, no wind, not even the hum of distant traffic. Just an unnatural stillness, as if the entire world had stopped breathing. I fumbled with the keys, shoving them into the ignition. My car roared to life, the headlights cutting through the darkness. Relief flooded through me. I threw it into reverse and slammed the brakes. Someone was standing in my driveway. A man, tall, thin, dressed in an old-fashioned suit. His face was half hidden in shadow, but I could see enough. His eyes, empty, hollow, like the ones I had seen in the attic. My pulse pounded in my ears. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, watching me. No, not watching, waiting. I yanked the gear shift into drive and slammed my foot on the gas. The tires screeched against the pavement as I shot forward. But as I passed the spot where the man had been standing, he was gone, just vanished. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white. This wasn't happening. This wasn't real. But deep down, I knew it was. I had made a mistake. And now, the house wasn't just inside me. It was everywhere. I didn't know where I was going. I just drove. The road stretched endlessly in front of me, swallowed by the night. The trees lining the highway loomed like silent sentinels, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my fingers ached, but I couldn't loosen them. If I did, I might start shaking. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The house was gone, but the feeling wasn't. It clung to me, thick and suffocating. The sensation that something was still watching, still waiting. I swallowed hard and focused on the road. I needed answers. I needed help. The only person I could think of was Dr. Graves. I didn't know if he could actually do anything, but he knew things. He had studied Whitmore. Maybe he had seen cases like mine before. I hit redial on my phone. The call rang once, twice, then a click, a deep breath on the other end. Dr. Graves. I said, quickly, it's me. I found something. A journal. Whitmore's journal. He wrote about the house. He let something in. A long pause. Then his voice came through, quiet and tense. Where are you right now? I'm driving. I had to leave. Something's. I hesitated, my throat dry. Something's wrong. Another pause. Then a soft exhale. You can't run from it, he said. A chill crawled up my spine. What do you mean? I whispered. You left the house, he said, his voice slow, deliberate. But did it leave you? I looked at the rearview mirror again, and my stomach dropped. There was someone in the back seat, a shape, a figure, sitting impossibly still. I slammed the brakes. The car screeched to a halt, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might stop entirely. I spun around, breathless. The back seat was empty. Nothing there. Just my own ragged breathing in the cold, suffocating air. Hello. Dr. Graves' voice crackled through the phone. I licked my lips, my throat too tight to speak. Meet me, he said, his voice urgent now. I have to show you something. Something about Whitmore. About the house. Where? I finally managed. He gave me an address. I didn't hesitate. I threw the car into drive and sped into the night. The address led me to an old, forgotten part of town. The streets were lined with abandoned buildings, their windows dark and hollow. My headlights cut through the fog, illuminating the crumbling facades. I pulled up in front of a small one-story house. The paint was peeling, the porch sagging. Dr. Graves was already outside, waiting for me. I barely killed the engine before I was out of the car. Tell me what's going on. I demanded. Tell me how to stop this. He studied me for a long moment, his expression grim. You can't stop it, he said finally. The words hit like a punch to the gut. No, I shook my head. There has to be... You don't understand, he cut me off. The house chose you. Once it chooses, it doesn't let go. The ground beneath me seemed to tilt. My mind reeled. So what do I do? My voice cracked. I can't go back there. I won't. He sighed and reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a small, worn notebook. This belonged to another one of Whitmore's tenants, a woman who lived in the house before you. She wrote everything down, the sounds, the whispers, the thing in the attic. A cold weight settled in my stomach. What happened to her? Dr. Graves hesitated. Then, slowly, he handed me the notebook. I flipped it open. The first few pages were neat, detailed notes. But as I skimmed through, the handwriting became erratic, desperate. Then, near the end, one sentence was scrawled over and over again, filling the entire page. Asterisk had followed me. Asterisk. My breath caught in my throat. Dr. Graves' voice was barely above a whisper. She ran, too. A cold dread settled in my bones. And I asked. He looked at me, his eyes dark with something close to pity. She didn't make it. I stared at the notebook in my hands, the inked words blurring as my pulse pounded in my ears. Asterisk, it followed me. Asterisk, the phrase scrawled over and over, frantic, desperate, filling the entire page. I swallowed hard and looked up at Dr. Graves. What happened to her? His expression didn't change. She disappeared. A shiver ran through me. Disappeared? He nodded. No body. No signs of forced entry. No struggle. Just gone. I gripped the notebook tighter. And you think that whatever was in that house, Graves interrupted, left with her. A sickening weight settled in my stomach. The memory of that figure in my backseat surfaced, cold and undeniable. It had left the house, and it had followed me. I turned back the notebook, flipping to the final pages, each one more frantic than the last. The entries became short, erratic. Asterisk, I hear it scratching at the door. Asterisk, asterisk, I see its shadow in the mirror. Asterisk, asterisk, it knows I'm trying to run. Asterisk, asterisk, I can't run. Asterisk, then on the very last page, in shaky, barely legible handwriting. Asterisk, it's inside me now. Asterisk, my breath hitched. Dr. Graves exhaled slowly. She was the last tenant before you. I looked at him sharply. Before me? His expression darkened. You're not the first person who's tried to escape that house. He hesitated. And if you stay on this path, you won't be the last. A cold sweat broke out on my skin. You need to tell me everything, I said. Everything you know about Whitmore. The house. What he let in. Dr. Graves hesitated only a moment before nodding. Come inside, he said. I'll tell you everything. His house was small and cluttered, the air thick with the scent of old books and burnt coffee. He led me to a dimly lit study, its walls lined with shelves stacked high with crumbling tomes and loose papers. He motioned for me to sit, then moved to a filing cabinet in the corner. This started long before you, he said, rifling through the drawers. Even before Whitmore. That house has always been wrong. I swallowed hard. How far back does it go? Dr. Graves pulled out a thick folder and set it on the desk. Over 100 years, he said, and it all began with the first owner. He opened the folder, revealing faded photographs and brittle, yellow documents. One picture caught my eye immediately, a grainy black and white image of a man standing in front of the house. Thin, gaunt, eyes sunken deep into his skull. The caption beneath read, Dr. Elias Whitmore, 1897. A chill crawled up my spine. This was his house? I asked. Dr. Graves nodded. Not just his experiment. I tore my gaze away from the photograph. What do you mean? He flipped through the documents, pulling out an old, handwritten letter. Whitmore wasn't just a doctor, he said. He was obsessed with death, with what happens after. My pulse quickened. He believed, Graves continued, that if he performed certain rituals, he could trap the dead, keep them from moving on. A sickening realization settled in my gut. And he did this in my house? Graves nodded grimly. The house was his laboratory, his testing ground. He tapped the photograph. That's why it's the way it is. Why no one ever stays long? Because Whitmore succeeded. The air seemed to grow colder. I licked my lips, my voice barely above a whisper. Succeeded in what? Dr. Graves met my gaze. In keeping something from leaving, a deep, terrible silence filled the room. I shook my head. You mean ghosts? Spirits? Something worse, he said. Something that was never human. My stomach twisted. Then why hasn't anyone destroyed the house? Burned it down? Dr. Graves exhaled slowly. Because it's not just a house anymore. The words hung in the air, suffocating. My throat tightened. What do you mean? His gaze was heavy. You said it yourself. His voice was quiet. Asterisk, it followed you. Asterisk. I felt cold, suddenly aware of every shadow in the dimly lit room. I thought about the sounds in my house. The whispers, the figure in the attic, the man in my driveway, the presence in my car. And I knew I hadn't escaped. I had brought it with me. A shudder ran through me. What do I do? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Graves was silent for a long time. Then, you don't have much time, he said. It wants you, and the longer you fight it, the stronger it becomes. My stomach clenched. Then how do I stop it? Dr. Graves hesitated. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. You might not be able to. The room felt too small. The walls seemed to press inward, the shadows stretching unnaturally in the dim light. Dr. Graves' words echoed in my head. Asterisk, you might not be able to. Asterisk. I gripped the armrest of my chair, my breath coming in shallow gasps. That's not an option, I said, my voice tighter than I intended. There has to be a way. Dr. Graves rubbed a hand down his face. You don't understand. Whitmore didn't just open a door. He invited something in, something that doesn't play by the same rules as ghosts or spirits. I swallowed hard. Then what is it? Graves hesitated, his fingers tapping anxiously against the desk. Finally, he reached for a book, one of the old leather-bound tomes stacked haphazardly near the edge. He flipped through brittle pages, stopping near the middle. Whitmore's experiments weren't just about trapping spirits, he said. They were about feeding something. My skin prickled. Feeding? He turned the book toward me. The page was covered in faded script, but my eyes locked onto a single, hand-drawn image at the center. It was crude but unmistakable. A dark, faceless figure, tall, gaunt, with elongated limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally, and surrounding it, countless tiny figures, drawn as nothing more than vague outlines. Whitmore called it the guess, Graves murmured, but it's older than him, older than the house. I stared at the image, something deep inside me recoiling. The guess, I whispered. Graves nodded. It doesn't just haunt a place. It attaches itself to people. It feeds on them, slowly, wearing them down until there's nothing left. I clenched my jaw. And the previous tenant? The one who disappeared. He looked at me grimly. It took her. The word sent a shock through my system. I pushed away from the desk, pacing, my hands gripping my head. No, I muttered. No, this isn't happening. But deep down I knew. The whispers, the footsteps, the presence in the attic, the reflection in the mirror that didn't quite match my own. It had followed me, and it was waiting. I left Dr. Graves' house in a daze, gripping the notebook so tightly my knuckles ached. The streets were quiet, empty, but every shadow seemed deeper now. Every sound, even the wind in the trees, sent a spike of panic through me. I hurried to my car and slid inside, locking the doors. My hands trembled as I started the engine. I needed to go home. I needed to end this. As I drove, my mind raced. Graves had told me that the only people who survived were the ones who never looked back, who never acknowledged it. But it was too late for that. I had seen it, I had heard it, and I had spoken to it. The rules no longer applied to me. I pulled into my driveway, my house looming dark and silent. My stomach twisted at the sight of it. I had lived here for weeks. I had slept under its roof, walked its halls, convinced myself that the noises were just the house settling. I had let it trick me. I killed the engine and stepped out, heart pounding. My breath came in sharp, uneven gasps as I climbed the porch steps. The door was unlocked. I hesitated. I knew I had locked it before I left. A cold pulse of dread slid down my spine. Slowly, carefully, I pushed the door open. The house was dark, silent, but not empty. The air was thick, wrong, like stepping into a vacuum. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run, but I stepped inside. The floor groaned beneath my weight. The air smelled stale, like dust and something else, something metallic. I closed the door behind me. And then, from the darkness, a sound, a whisper. My breath hitched. It was coming from the living room. I moved toward it, each step slow, deliberate. My fingers tightened around the notebook, like a lifeline. The whispering grew louder. Not words, just sounds. A low, rhythmic murmuring, as if something were speaking just beyond the edge of understanding. I reached the threshold, and I froze. The figure stood in the corner of the room. Tall, gaunt, its limbs too long, its body slightly bent as though it had been waiting for me. Its face was wrong, a smooth, featureless void, as if someone had erased its identity. My stomach twisted violently. The whispering didn't come from its mouth. It came from everywhere. The walls, the floorboards, the very air around me. My pulse pounded in my ears. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but my body wouldn't move. The guest tilted its head, and then it took a step forward. The air in the room thickened, pressing against my skin like invisible hands. The whispers swarmed my ears, a symphony of voices speaking over one another, growing louder, more urgent. The guest took another step forward. I could barely breathe. My limbs refused to obey. My mind screamed, asterisk move, run, do something, asterisk. But I was frozen, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if observing me with curiosity. Despite having no eyes, a wave of nausea rolled over me. Then, from deep inside the house, a creak, not just any creak, footsteps coming from the attic. Cold fear washed over me, because I was staring at it, but something else was upstairs. A slow, deliberate series of steps moved toward the attic door, and suddenly I knew it wasn't alone. The whispers twisted, warping into something sharp, like claws raking against my skull. My vision blurred at the edges. My body trembled with an unnatural cold. I forced myself to take a step back, then another. The guest didn't move. It only watched. The attic steps creaked again, louder this time, closer. My pulse pounded, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I did the only thing I could. I ran. I turned and bolted through the hallway, my feet barely touching the floor. The walls groaned as if the house itself were alive, breathing, closing in. The front door, I reached for the handle, but the second my fingers touched it, the door slammed shut on its own. I yanked at it, twisting the knob with everything I had. Locked. A faint exhale drifted against my ear. Right behind me, I spun. Nothing. No figure. No shadow. But the air felt occupied. I backed away from the door, my chest rising and falling in shallow, panic breaths. My only option was the stairs. A shuffling noise echoed from the attic above. I ran for the basement instead. I stumbled down the wooden steps, nearly falling in my rush. The basement smelled of damp wood and something metallic, something old. I flicked the light switch. Nothing. Pitch darkness. I fumbled through my pocket, my fingers clumsy, shaking until they closed around my phone. I turned on the flashlight. The dim beam cut through the dark, and that's when I saw it. The symbols, carved into the concrete walls, covering every inch of the basement like a sickness. Strange, looping sigils, spirals, claw-like marks. Some of them were faded, nearly erased with time. Others looked fresh, as if someone had been down here recently, continuing the work. At the center of the room, A chair, an old wooden chair, surrounded by a perfect ring of blackened candle stubs. The floor beneath it was covered in deep scratches, not random ones. Deliberate, purposeful scratches, like something had tried to claw its way out. The air shifted. A whisper, right behind me. I whipped around, and the attic door slammed open upstairs. A slow, deliberate series of footsteps moved across the floor above me. My stomach turned to ice. There was no one else in this house. Not human. At least, the footsteps creaked closer to the basement door. Then, a whisper that wasn't a whisper. A single, distorted word. Stretched and wrong. Asterisk leave. Asterisk. The light on my phone flickered. I didn't hesitate. I turned and bolted up the stairs, taking them two at a time. The second I reached the top, I grabbed the basement door, and something yanked it back from the other side. I screamed, pulling with all my strength. The door groaned, resisting, and then, all at once it released. I stumbled backward, slamming into the hallway wall. The air was ice cold, and then, from the darkness of the basement, a hand reached up and grabbed the edge of the doorframe. Not human. Too long. Too thin. The fingers ended in sharp, jagged nails, blackened like rot. I didn't wait to see what followed it. I turned and ran. I don't remember throwing the front door open. I don't remember running across the yard, tripping over myself, or how I even made it to my car. But the next thing I knew, I was speeding down the street, my hands gripping the wheels so tightly they ached. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart hammering. The house disappeared in my rear-view mirror, and I swore I saw something standing in the upstairs window, watching me leave. The whispers were still in my ears. I kept driving. I didn't stop until I was miles away, parked in an empty gas station lot, my hands still trembling. I was free. I was out. But as I sat there, trying to steady my breath, my stomach twisted, because deep down, I knew this wasn't over. I reached for my phone, intending to call someone, anyone, but as soon as I turned on the screen, the battery indicator blinked red, 1%, and then a notification, a single unread message from an unknown number. I opened it, and my breath stopped. There was no text, just a single image, a photo of my bedroom, taken from inside the house. I stared at the photo. My bedroom, the bed unmade, my nightstand, the open closet door, taken from inside the house. The timestamp? Just a few minutes ago. A cold wave of nausea rolled over me. My hands trembled so badly that I almost dropped the phone. No one had my number. No one should have been in that house. But someone or something was... I twisted in my seat, scanning the gas station parking lot. Empty. Not a soul in sight. Just my car, the flickering fluorescent lights above, and the distant hum of the highway. I wasn't going back. I couldn't go back. I had called someone. The police? A friend? But before I could think, my phone died. The screen blinked out, leaving me in silence. A shadow moved in the rearview mirror. I whipped around. Nothing. The wind howled outside, rattling the car. My breaths came in short, panicked gasps. I needed to leave. Now, I turned the key. The engine sputtered. Again, it refused to start. I slammed my palm against the wheel, my entire body trembling. Then, a sound, muffled, distant. A whisper. No, a laugh. A slow, distorted chuckle, coming from the back seat. My blood turned to ice. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head, and the face was right there. Pale, hollow, a mouth stretched too wide. Grinning, I screamed. I threw myself against the door, fumbling with the handle. It wouldn't open. The thing in the back seat moved. A hand, long, skeletal, reached forward. I slammed my fist into the lock, yanked the handle, and the door burst open. I tumbled out onto the pavement, scraping my knees and hands. My breath hitched in raw, panic gasps. The car sat there, silent, dark, the back seat empty. Shaking, I scrambled to my feet, backing away from the vehicle. My chest ached with each breath. And then, from inside the car, A single, deliberate tap against the window. I ran. I don't know how long I ran. I only stopped when I saw headlights in the distance. A truck. I waved my arms like a lunatic, stumbling into the road. The driver honked and slammed the brakes just in time. An old man stepped out, his face twisted in shock. Jesus, kid, are you okay? I couldn't speak. My chest heaved. My legs threatened to give out. He guided me into the passenger seat, asking questions. Where was I coming from? What happened? Did I need a hospital? But I couldn't answer. I just kept glancing at the side mirror, looking for it, looking for them. I never went back to that house. I never even went back to that town. I abandoned my car, my things, my old life. I packed a bag and left, moving as far away as I could. I changed my number, deleted my social media. I never told anyone what really happened, because how could I? Who would believe me? But sometimes at night, I still hear them. The whispers, the laughter, and when I close my eyes, I see the photo, the one from inside my bedroom. The last thing I ever saw before I ran. The one that, no matter how many times I change phones, change numbers, always shows up again. Story 2. I never planned on moving to a town like Blackwood. It wasn't the kind of place I'd ever imagined myself living. Small, quiet, the kind of town where everyone knew everyone. But after my divorce, I needed a fresh start. Somewhere far from the life I had built with Rachel. Far from the ghosts of old arguments and memories that felt like knives in my chest. The house was old, but I liked that. It had charm. Or at least, that's what the real estate agent told me. It's been vacant for a while, she had said, flashing a nervous smile as we walked through the front door. But it's solid, just needs a little love. I wasn't looking for love. I was looking for solitude. The house had been built in the late 1800s, a Victorian with high ceilings, ornate wooden trim, and windows that seemed to watch me as I moved through the rooms. It smelled like dust and something faintly metallic, like old pennies left in water. The floorboards creaked under my weight, shifting just enough to remind me that I was alone in a place that had stood longer than my grandparents had been alive. That first night, I barely slept. The house groaned inside like an old man settling into bed, and every time I closed my eyes, I swore I heard something faint, like whispers just beyond the range of my hearing. But I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was just getting used to a new space. The next morning, I met Mrs. Halloway. She was my next-door neighbor, a woman in her 70s with thinning gray hair and sharp blue eyes that seemed to see right through me. She stood on my porch, a plate of cookies in her veined hands. "Welcome to the neighborhood," she said. Her voice was kind, but there was something in her gaze, something cautious. "Thanks," I said, taking the plate. "I appreciate it." She hesitated, looking past me at the open doorway behind me. "You know about the house, don't you?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" Her lips pressed into a thin line. "People don't stay in that house long. Last folks who lived there ran out in the middle of the night. Never came back for their things." A chill ran down my spine. "Why?" She shook her head. "You'll hear them soon enough," she murmured, turning to walk away. I watched her go, unease settling in my gut. I wanted to tell myself it was just small-town superstition, that old houses had stories, and people like to exaggerate. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard them. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing just outside my bedroom door. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding so hard it echoed in my ears. The footsteps continued, slow, steady, like someone was walking just outside my bedroom. The house was old. It could be settling. That's what I told myself. But my gut twisted, and every hair on my arm stood on end. I reached for my phone, flipping on the flashlight. The soft glow barely touched the edges of the darkened room. Taking a deep breath, I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood. The floor creaked beneath me, but the sound didn't match what I'd heard. The footsteps outside my door had been heavier. I hesitated, hand hovering over the doorknob. Then, in one quick motion, I yanked the door open. Nothing. The hallway stretched out before me. Empty, the old wooden floor reflected the pale moonlight streaming in through the small hallway window. I let out a shaky breath. get it together, I muttered. Maybe I was just on edge from what Mrs. Halloway had said. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I forced myself to walk down the hall, peering into each room. The bathroom, empty. The spare bedroom, empty. The staircase leading down to the living room. Nothing. But as I turned to head back to bed, I heard it again. A soft, shuffling sound. This time, it was coming from downstairs. My stomach clenched. Every instinct screamed at me to ignore it, to go back to bed and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But my feet moved on their own, carrying me toward the stairs. Each step groaned beneath my weight as I descended. My phone's light flickered against the dark corners of the living room, casting long shadows along the walls. Then I saw it, the front door. It was wide open. Cold air rushed in, making my skin prickle. I knew I had locked it. I knew I had. A distant sound, like a whisper, brushed against my ear, though there was no one there. I slammed the door shut, twisting the lock until it clicked. My hands trembled as I stepped back. Something was wrong with this house, and I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the edge of my bed, listening. The house was silent now, but the memory of those footsteps and the open door burned in my mind. Every so often, I would get up, check the lock, make sure the windows were shut. My paranoia had me gripping a kitchen knife under the covers, as if that would protect me from whatever had walked through my house. When the sun finally rose, I felt foolish. Maybe the wind had blown the door open. Maybe the footsteps were just the house shifting. Maybe I had let my imagination run wild. But then I found the footprints. They were faint, just barely visible on the dusty wooden floor near the front door. A trail of them, leading from the entrance into the living room and then stopping. No return prints. No signs of them leading back out. I stared at them, cold dread twisting in my gut. If someone had walked inside, where did they go? I forced myself to shake it off. Maybe I had tracked them in myself. Maybe a knock at the door made me jump. I turned sharply, my heart hammering, through the small glass panel. I saw Mrs. Halloway standing there, peering inside with that same sharp, knowing expression. I hesitated, then unlocked the door and opened it. She looked me over, her gaze flicking down to my trembling hands. "Did you hear them?" I swallowed. "Hear who?" Her lips pressed into a thin line. "The ones who were here before you." A shiver crawled up my spine. "Mrs. Halloway, what happened in this house?" She exhaled, glancing over her shoulder like she was afraid someone might hear. Then she leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "The man who built this house, Jeremiah Blackwood, he was into things he shouldn't have been. Dark things. People say he did rituals in the basement, that he brought something into this house that never left." I felt the blood drain from my face. "Rituals?" She nodded. "The last family who lived here, they left in the middle of the night. I saw them running down the street barefoot, screaming about voices in the walls." I forced a laugh, but it came out shaky. "You're trying to scare me." She didn't smile. "I don't need to. This house will do that on its own." For a long moment, we stood there, the morning air thick with unspoken words. Then she sighed, placing a wrinkled hand on my arm. "If you hear them again, don't answer." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, the footprints on my floor whispering a warning I could no longer ignore. I spent the rest of the day trying to convince myself that Mrs. Halloway was just a superstitious old woman. I scrubbed the footprints away, checked every lock and window twice, and told myself that whatever had happened in this house before me didn't matter. It was just a house. Wood, nails, and plaster. Nothing more. But as night fell, that uneasy feeling crept back in. I left the hallway light on this time. Not because I was scared, at least that's what I told myself, but because the shadows in this house felt too deep, too heavy, like they were waiting for me to turn my back. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, forcing slow, even breaths. The house groaned in the wind, the occasional creak of the floorboards making my pulse jump. Then I heard it again. Footsteps, not from the hallway this time, from inside my room. A slow, deliberate step, Then another. I couldn't move. My body locked up, every muscle froze with fear. My breath hitched in my throat. The footsteps stopped just beside my bed. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't want to see. Then the mattress dipped. A weight pressed down beside me, shifting the covers slightly. My entire body tense as a coldness seeped into the air, prickling against my skin. It felt like something was sitting there, watching me. I forced myself to breathe, to think. Mrs. Holloway's warning echoed in my mind. If you hear them again, don't answer. So I stayed still. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Then, slowly, the pressure on the bed lifted. I heard soft, shuffling steps move away. The air grew lighter, warmer. The room felt normal again. I finally opened my eyes. The room was empty, but my closet door was open. And I knew, asterisk, asterisk, I had closed it before bed. Asterisk, asterisk. I didn't sleep. I lay in bed, my eyes locked on the open closet door, every nerve in my body screaming that something was wrong. I wanted to get up and close it, but the thought of stepping toward that darkness, of standing in front of it, made my stomach twist. At some point, exhaustion won. My body refused to stay tense any longer, and I must have dozed off, because when I opened my eyes, it was morning. The closet door was still open. I forced myself to move, standing on shaky legs as I walked toward it. My fingers trembled as I reached for the handle, bracing for something, but inside there was nothing, just a few unpacked boxes and my jacket hanging from a hook. Still, I shut the door firmly, twisting the knob to make sure it latched. Then, without thinking, I grabbed a chair from my desk and wedged it under the handle, just in case. That afternoon, I tried to distract myself. I ran errands, picked up groceries, anything to avoid being in the house. But as the sun dipped lower, that feeling of unease slithered back into my chest. I didn't want to be alone, so I did something I hadn't done in years. I went to the library. It was a small, dusty building a few blocks from my house, the kind of place that smelled like old paper and wood polish. It was nearly empty when I walked in. I approached the front desk, where a thin, bespectacled man sat hunched over a book. He barely looked up as I cleared my throat. Hi, I was wondering if you had any records on old houses in the area. That got his attention. He adjusted his glasses, peering at me with mild curiosity. Doing some research? Something like that. He nodded, standing slowly. Follow me. He led me to a back corner lined with metal filing cabinets. We have old newspapers and property records. You'll have to dig a bit, but if your house is old enough, you might find something. I thanked him and got to work. At first, it was just boring property records, sales history, renovation permits. But then I found something. A newspaper article from 1957. Local man disappears in his home. No sign of forced entry. I scanned the article, my heart thudding. The missing man's name was Jeremiah Blackwood, my house's original owner. I kept reading. Neighbors reported hearing strange chanting coming from the house in weeks before his disappearance. Police found unsettling symbols carved into the basement floor, but no sign of a struggle. No body was ever found. My hand shook as I flipped to another article, dated 10 years later. Family flees local home in the dead of night. Claims house is cursed. My stomach dropped. It was my house. The article described a young couple who had moved in, only to experience nights of heavy footsteps, doors opening on their own, and whispers in the dark. The final straw had been when their 5-year-old son woke up screaming, claiming a man with no face had been sitting on his bed. I slammed the folder shut, my breath coming fast. This was real. I needed to get out of that house. But deep down, I already knew it wouldn't let me. I practically ran home from the library, my mind racing with what I had just read. Jeremiah Blackwood, chanting, symbols, a man with no face. My house wasn't just old. It had history. Asterisk, asterisk, a dark one. Asterisk, asterisk. As I turned onto my street, my stomach knotted. From the sidewalk, my house looked the same as it always did. Worn shutters, chipped paint. leaning slightly like an old man too tired to stand straight. But now I saw it differently. This house had swallowed people before me, and if I didn't leave soon, I might be next. Inside, I grabbed my phone and started looking up rental listings. I didn't care if I had to break my lease. I'd eat the cost, whatever it was. But as I scrolled, something felt off. The air was heavy, pressing against my skin like the weight of unseen eyes. The room seemed quieter than usual, too still. Then, a soft creak. I froze. The sound had come from upstairs, from my bedroom. Slowly, I stood up. My breath felt too loud as I crept toward the stairs, each step stretching the silence thinner. Another creak. I reached the top landing, pulse hammering in my ears. My bedroom door was open, just a crack. I knew I had closed it. I swallowed hard and reached for the knob. The second my fingers touched it, slam, the door shut on its own. I stumbled back, my breath catching my throat. Then, scratching. A slow, deliberate scrape of nails against wood, coming from inside my room. I wanted to run. Every part of me screamed to turn around and bolt, but I couldn't move. The scratching grew louder, more frantic. It sounded like something trying to claw its way out. Then it stopped, and the doorknob started turning. I turned and ran. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for breath on the front porch. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock my car. I wasn't staying here another night. Screw my things. Screw my lease. I was leaving. Now. But as I turned to look at the house one last time, a chill spread through me. Through the second floor window, asterisk, asterisk, my bedroom window, asterisk, asterisk. I saw something. A shadow. Tall. Unmoving. Watching me. I didn't wait to see more. I jumped in my car and sped off down the street, tires screeching against the pavement. But as I turned the corner, something hit me. I never turned the bedroom light on. So, whatever was standing in that window, it was standing in the dark. I drove without a destination, hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. My breath was shallow, my heart hammering in my chest like it was trying to escape. That thing, whatever it was, had been standing in my bedroom, watching me. The worst part, it had been waiting for me to come back. I ended up at a 24-hour diner on the edge of town, one of those places that smell like burnt coffee and cheap syrup. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly as I slid into a booth, my hands still shaking. A waitress came by, her pen tapping against her notepad. "You okay, hon? You look like you've seen a ghost." I nearly laughed. Instead, I swallowed hard and nodded. "Just coffee. Black." She left without another word. I stared at the scratched-up table, my mind replaying everything that had happened. The closet door, the footsteps, the scratching, that thing in the window. I had to be losing my mind. Or I pulled out my phone and scrolled back to the article I had found in the library. Jeremiah Blackwood, the strange chanting, the symbols in the basement. A ritual. Had he opened something? Invited something in? And if so, was it ever really gone? The waitress set my coffee down, and I nearly jumped. She gave me a strange look, but didn't ask questions. I barely touched the cup. My appetite was gone. I knew what I had to do. I had to go back. Not to stay, but to end this. It was nearly 3 a.m. when I pulled back onto my street. The house stood in the moonlight, dark and lifeless. The front window stared back at me like a hollow eye. I parked down the block, keeping my headlights off. A deep breath. Then I stepped out. The cold night air wrapped around me as I made my way up the porch. My key trembled in my hand as I slid it into the lock. The door creaked open. Inside, the air was heavier than before. The house felt different. Asterisk, asterisk wrong. Asterisk, asterisk. Like it was aware. Like it was waiting. I gritted my teeth and moved quickly, heading straight for the basement. If there were symbols down there, if Jeremiah Blackwood had started something, maybe I could end it. The basement door groaned as I pushed it open. Cold air curled up from the darkness below. I flicked on the light. The bulb flickered, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. Then I saw them, carvings, faint but unmistakable, covering the center of the floor. Circles, symbols, strange markings that meant nothing to me. Something deep in my gut twisted. This was where it started. I stepped closer, my breath fogging in the freezing air. I had no plan, no idea what to do, but I had to try something. Then, a thud from upstairs. I went rigid. Another thud. Heavy, slow, footsteps coming down the stairs. I backed away, my pulse slamming against my ribs. My eyes locked on the basement door, barely cracked open at the top of the stairs. Then the light flickered, and the door slammed shut. Darkness swallowed the room. I wasn't alone down here. The air turned frigid, like something had entered. Then, a whisper right behind me, low, ragged, inhuman. I turned, but I saw nothing, only darkness. But I felt it, something moving toward me. I bolted, crashing against the basement door, yanking at the handle. It wouldn't budge. A breath touched my neck, ice cold. Then, a hand closed around my wrist. I screamed. The grip on my wrist was ice cold, not just cold like winter air, but freezing unnatural. It burned like frostbite, squeezing so tight I thought my bones would snap. I thrashed against it, yanking, pulling, asterisk, asterisk, but it wouldn't let go, asterisk, asterisk. Then the whisper came again, low, ragged, right against my ear. I couldn't understand the words, but I felt them. They seeped into my skin, crawled into my bones. A language not meant for human tongues. The basement light flickered violently, stuttering like a dying heartbeat. Shadows stretched unnaturally, twisting against the walls. I twisted my wrist, tearing myself free. My skin stung like it had been left in a blizzard for hours. But I didn't stop. I slammed my fist against the basement door, screaming, shoving, asterisk, asterisk, it wouldn't move, asterisk, asterisk. Then, a sharp breath behind me. Not mine, not human. I spun around, and I saw it, a figure, half-formed, crouched in the darkness, twisted, wrong, asterisk, asterisk. Its limbs were too long. Its face, it had no face, just shifting darkness, like it was made of the basement shadows themselves. I stumbled back, my body numb with terror. It moved, not walked. Asterisk, asterisk moved. Asterisk, asterisk jerked. Twitched, asterisk, asterisk, like a puppet being yanked by invisible strings. A deep clicking sound came from its throat, like bones snapping back into place. Then, it lunged. I threw my body against the door one last time, screaming, and it burst open. I tumbled onto the floor of the hallway, gasping, scrambling backward. For a split second, I saw in the doorway, asterisk, asterisk's shape, writhing, seething, growing taller. Asterisk, asterisk. Then, the basement light exploded, plunging the room into blackness. The door slammed shut on its own. Silence. Only my ragged breathing filled the house, but I could still feel it, waiting. I was shaking so hard I could barely stand. My wrist throbbed where it had grabbed me. Asterisk, asterisk. I didn't want to look at it. Asterisk, asterisk. I stumbled toward the front door, desperate to leave, to get out of this cursed house forever. But as I reached for the doorknob, a sound stopped me. A single, deliberate, slow creak. From the second floor, from my bedroom. I lifted my head. The stairs were bathed in shadows, stretching up into the darkness. And then, footsteps. Heavy, slow, coming down. It wasn't in the basement anymore. It was upstairs. I ran, tore open the front door, stumbled onto the porch, gasping for air. Behind me, the house loomed, watching. I could feel it. Asterisk, asterisk, the presence inside wasn't just watching me. Asterisk, asterisk. It was waiting for me to come back. I jumped into my car, hands shaking as I shoved the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, my headlights cutting through the fog rolling in from the street. I looked up at the house one last time, and I froze. My bedroom window, the same window where I had seen the shadow before. There was something there, not moving, just standing, watching me leave. I didn't wait. I slammed the gas pedal and sped away. I don't remember much of the drive, just that I didn't stop. Not for lights, not for anything. I found myself in a parking lot somewhere outside town, gripping the wheel so tightly my nails dug into my palms. I looked at my wrist. The skin was blackened, like a bruise, but darker, burned. I touched it, and a sharp pain shot through my arm. Then, a whisper, not in my ears, in my head. It wasn't over. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. My breath came in short, panic bursts. The silence around me felt thick, suffocating, as if the night itself was pressing in on me. I looked at my wrist again. The blackened skin had deepened, spreading, the edges of the bruise twisting into something almost like symbols. Shapes I couldn't recognize but somehow understood. I reached for my phone. My hands trembled as I scrolled through my contacts. Who could I call? The police? What would I even say? There's something in my house. A shadow with no face grabbed me in my basement. They'd think I was insane. But I knew one thing. I couldn't go back. Not yet. The only place I could think to go was a cheap motel on the edge of town. The clerk barely looked up as he slid me a key. Room 112. The moment I stepped inside, I locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle, and collapsed onto bed, my body aching from exhaustion. The sheets smelled like stale cigarettes and something musty, but I didn't care. I just needed to close my eyes, to breathe, to feel safe. Asterisk tap. 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 Asterisk. My eyes snapped open. Asterisk tap. Tap. Asterisk. I sat up slowly, my heart thudding. It was coming from the motel window. I swallowed hard and turned my head. Outside, the parking lot was empty. Just my car sitting under a flickering street lamp. I waited, barely breathing. Nothing. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe my nerves were fried from tonight. I exhaled, rubbing my temples. Tap. This time it was louder. I turned, asterisk, asterisk, and saw it, asterisk, asterisk. A single blackened handprint on the glass, right at eye level. I couldn't move, my body locked up, my throat closing. Then, slowly, the handprint began to fade. Not like it was drying, like it was being pulled away, like someone, asterisk, asterisk, or something, was stepping back into the darkness. Asterisk, asterisk. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I decided I needed answers. I couldn't just run forever. I had to know what was haunting that house. I started with the town library. The records went back decades. Old newspapers stacked in crumbling binders. The librarian, a frail woman with sharp eyes, raised an eyebrow when I asked about my address. "Oh, that house." She shook her head. "That place has been trouble for as long as I can remember." I leaned forward. "What do you mean?" She sighed and slid a dusty binder toward me. "Start with 1976. I flipped it open. Missing persons report. Local teacher vanishes from home. No signs of forced entry. The woman's photo stared back at me, grainy and faded. My stomach turned. I flipped to the next page. 1983. Family abandons home in the middle of the night. Claims something lived in the walls. 1991. Teen found trembling on front lawn, unable to speak. I turned more pages, my pulse pounding. 2002. Man runs screaming from basement. Found miles away in a state of shock. 2014. House vacant for years. New owner moves in. Reported strange activity. Died in his sleep weeks later. Asterisk, asterisk. I swallowed hard. Do you know who built the house? I asked, my voice dry. The librarian hesitated. Then she pulled out another book, a town history. She pointed to a page. A black and white photo of a man standing in front of my house. The caption read, Jonathan Crow, 1906, local occultist and spiritualist, built home outside city limits for his work. My hands clenched the page. I skimmed the text. He wasn't just an occultist. He was obsessed with summoning rituals. He believed he could bridge the gap between worlds. His neighbors reported hearing chanting at all hours. Then one night, asterisk, asterisk, he vanished. Asterisk, asterisk. They found his house empty. his belongings untouched. A circle of blackened symbols burned into the basement floor. I closed the book, my skin crawling. This wasn't just a haunted house. It was something worse. Something open there. Something that never left. And now, it knew me. I had to go back. I had to end this. I sat in my car outside the house, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my fingers ached. The late afternoon sun was sinking behind the trees, casting long, skeletal shadows over the front porch. I had spent the entire day at the library, unraveling the twisted history of this house, trying to convince myself that none of it was real, that I had imagined the thing in the basement, that the handprint on the motel window was some kind of trick, a smear condensation, anything but what I knew it was, But the truth was clear. This house was never just a house. It was a door, and something had come through. Now it was waiting for me. I took a slow breath and stepped out of the car. The front steps groaned under my weight as I approached the door. My keys jingled in my shaking hands. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn around, to leave, to never set foot in this place again. But I had to go in, because if I didn't face this now, I never would. The air inside was thick, stale, wrong. I closed the door behind me, listening to the silence. The house felt heavier, like the walls were pressing in, watching. I walked through the room slowly. The floorboards creaked under my feet, the sound swallowed by the eerie stillness. My breathing sounded too loud, echoing back at me in a way that made my skin crawl. And then I heard it, a slow, deliberate creak from the basement door. I froze. The door was open, not wide, just a few inches. But I knew, without a doubt, that I had closed it before I left. A cold sweat broke over my skin. Something was inviting me back down. I swallowed the lump in my throat and took a shaky step forward. Then another. The air grew colder as I neared the door. The darkness beyond the threshold seemed to pulse like it was alive. I reached out, barely touching wood. The door swung open on its own. The stairs yawned before me, vanishing into the inky blackness of the basement. And then the whispering started. Faint, slithering voices, just beyond comprehension. Hissing, muttering, calling, asterisk. I forced myself to move, stepping onto the first stair. Though it groaned beneath me, my breath came in short, shallow gasps. The deeper I went, the colder it became. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath in the air. And then I saw it. The symbols, burned into the concrete floor, deep black against the gray. The same symbols that had appeared on my wrist. The whispers grew louder, circling me. And then the lights flickered and died. I was plunged into total darkness. My heart pounded. The air felt thick, suffocating. Something was here. Then, a breath, right against my ear. I whipped around, asterisk, but there was nothing there, asterisk. Then, from the darkness, a step, then another, coming closer. I backed up, my pulse hammering in my throat. A shape began to form in the blackness. Tall, twisted, wrong, asterisk. A man, but not a man. His features were blurred, his limbs too long, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. His eyes, if they were eyes, were pits of endless, hungry black. The thing stepped forward. I stumbled back, my heel catching on the edge of the symbol burned into floor. As soon as I touched it, a sudden gust of icy wind rushed through the basement. The figure stopped. It hesitated, and then it spoke. A voice that wasn't a voice. A sound that scraped against my mind like broken glass. Asterisk, you should not be here. Asterisk. A sickening wave of nausea rolled through me. The room spun. The air felt too thick to breathe. I clutched my head, trying to block out the sound, but the thing moved closer. I forced myself to my feet, my body screaming to run. The whispers grew into a roaring chorus. The shadows shifted. And suddenly, I wasn't alone. Figures, asterisk, dozens of them, materialized around the basement. Asterisk. Eyes hollow, faces frozen in silent screams. Trapped. Trapped here. With it, I ran. I bolted up the stairs, taking them two at a time. The whispers chased me. I burst through the basement door and slammed it shut. I pressed my back against it, panting. The whispers stopped. Silence. But then, a slow, deliberate knock. From the other side, I choked back a scream and ran. I didn't stop running until I was back in my car. I fumbled with my keys, started the engine, and sped away without looking back. The house vanished into the night behind me. I drove without direction, my thoughts a jumbled mess. But one thing was clear. I couldn't stay here. I had to leave. For good. Whatever lived in that house. Asterisk, asterisk, it wasn't human. Asterisk, asterisk. And it wasn't done with me yet. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even stop driving until the first streaks of dawn bled across the sky. I was running on pure adrenaline, my mind caught in a loop of everything I had seen, everything I had felt. I ended up at a diner on the outskirts of town, barely aware of how I got there. My coffee sat untouched in front of me, the rising steam curling like ghostly fingers into the air. The hum of conversation around me felt distant, unreal. All I could think about was the house, the voices, the figures, the thing in the basement. I rubbed my face with both hands, trying to ground myself, trying to convince myself that I wasn't losing my mind. But I knew what I had seen. I wasn't imagining it. And that meant one thing. I can go back. I spent the next few hours searching for a new place to stay. I checked into a motel on the other side of town, somewhere far from that damn house, and whatever still lurked inside it. But even here, I felt uneasy. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every creak of the walls made my skin prickle. And then, as I set my bag down on the motel bed, my phone buzzed. A notification. An email from an unknown sender. I frowned and opened it. There was no subject, no text. Just a single attachment. A photo. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the screen. And then, slowly I clicked it. The image filled my phone. A picture of my basement, taken from inside the house. My heart stopped. The timestamp in the corner showed that it had been taken minutes ago. My blood turned to ice. The house was empty. I wasn't there. So, who had taken the picture? Or worse, asterisk, asterisk what? Asterisk, asterisk. I dropped the phone like it had burned me. My breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. This wasn't over. It was following me. No. Asterisk, asterisk, it wasn't just in the house anymore. Asterisk, asterisk. It was with me. By nightfall, exhaustion won out. My body demanded rest. Even as my mind screamed at me to stay awake, I left the lamp on, curled under the motel blanket, and let sleep take me. But I didn't sleep for long, because in the middle of the night, I woke up to the feeling of something watching me. The room was silent. The motel clock read 3:17 a.m., but the air was thick, heavy, just like it had been in the house. I turned onto my back, forcing my breathing to stay even, and then the mattress shifted, like something, asterisk, asterisk, someone was sitting at the foot of the bed, asterisk, asterisk. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. A slow, steady pressure began creeping up the bed, moving toward me. The blanket tightened around my legs, like it was being pulled. I squeezed my eyes shut. This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real. And then, a whisper, right at my ear. Asterisk, you brought it with you. Asterisk. A cold hand brushed against my arm. I screamed. I scrambled out of bed, my heart slamming against my ribs. I flicked on the overhead light. Spinning around, there was nothing there but the bed. The sheets were pulled back, like someone had just been lying next to me. I clutched my head, my pulse roaring in my ears. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't imagining this. It had followed me. I had to end this. Now, and I knew exactly where I had to go. Back to the house. Back to the basement. Back to whatever the hell was waiting for me in the dark. I didn't want to go back. Every cell in my body screamed against it. But I knew there was no other way. If I ran, it would follow. If I hid, it would find me. This thing, whatever it was, had latched onto me the moment I stepped into that cursed house. The rituals, the journal, the whispers in the walls. It was never just about the house. It was about me, and there was only one way to end it. I arrived just after midnight. The house loomed against the night sky, its dark windows staring at me like empty eyes. The wind howled through the trees, and the front door creaked as if it had been expecting me. The air inside was stale, suffocating. The moment I stepped over the threshold, my skin prickled with unseen eyes. I didn't stop. I walked straight to the basement door. It was already open. My stomach twisted. A whisper slithered through the air. Low, beckoning. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, come down. Asterisk. I gripped the flashlight tighter and started descending. The wood groaned beneath my feet. The smell of damp earth thickening with every step. The room was as I had left it. Asterisk, asterisk, except for one thing. Asterisk, asterisk. The chalk circle was gone. Erased, as if it had never been there at all. I swallowed hard, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The journal still lay on the floor, open to that last passage. I stepped closer, my hands trembling as I reached for it. The words, they had changed. The ink was darker now, like fresh blood, and instead of Latin, only one phrase remained, written over and over in jagged strokes. Asterisk, you let it out. Asterisk, the air turned ice cold. And then, footsteps, heavy, slow, descending the stairs behind me. I whirled around, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There was nothing there, but the footsteps didn't stop. They moved closer. The air thickened, pressing against my chest like unseen hands. A shadow flickered at the edge of the light, tall and wrong. And then I felt it, a breath on my neck. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. The light flickered, and the shadow stepped forward. It wasn't human. It had never been human. The face, if it even had one, was a shifting blur, as if reality itself rejected it. But the eyes, they were real. Black, endless, hungry, asterisk, asterisk. And they were locked onto me. Asterisk, you let me out. Asterisk, the voice wasn't sound. It was inside my skull, crawling through my mind like spiders. The temperature plummeted. My vision blurred. My ears filled with a deep guttural growl. The thing lunged. I ran. Up the stairs. Through the hallway. My feet barely touching the ground. The walls trembled. The doors slammed shut behind me. The house was alive. I reached the front door, yanked it open, and something grabbed my wrist. Cold, clawed, unrelenting, asterisk, asterisk. I screamed and wrenched away, tumbling onto the porch. My vision swam, my heartbeat hammering against my ribs. The door slammed shut behind me. The house shuddered. And then, silence. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't stop until I reached my car, barely managing to shove a key into the ignition. The tires screeched as I peeled away, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Only when the house was nothing but a speck in the rearview mirror did I finally let out a sob. It was over. I had escaped. Or at least that's what I thought, until I glanced at the mirror and saw the back seat, empty, but the seatbelt, it was pulled tight, as if something unseen was sitting right there, watching me, waiting. I didn't scream. I didn't cry, because somehow, deep down, I already knew you can leave the house, but it never leaves you.